let's see where the game's music is at. It doesn't actually blow ears off this time. That's nice. Thank you for the pat. Good evening. Welcome to a Rare Tuesday stream. Welcome to a Rare Tuesday stream. Which means I'm extra tired. Because this is not usually a stream day. Yeah, I'm back. Akira, I hope you feel better. Technically, I know there's been an entire day in between, but like, I'm almost done actually reading. I started reading it earlier after dinner, but then I couldn't finish it all. But I started reading Embrace Your Size. It's so good. I love the artist so much. I found her some years ago online because she always posts really cute artwork, and the book itself is also a very nice collection of her experiences and very, very adorable artwork. So once again, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I'm almost done. I think if I have a few more minutes after stream, then I'll finish it. But yeah, we are back with Ace Attorney. We are still in case 3, but we're definitely going to finish case 3 today. I mean, technically, we already kind of know who our actual murderer is. We just need to prove it somehow, which always proves to be the problem in all of these games. So let's get to it. Good morning, Mr. Raid. It is 8 in the evening. Good morning, Maggie. So what do you think is going to happen today, sir? We get you a not guilty verdict. That is what I plan on. At least. Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. It's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Yeah, of course. I saw that. The little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was determination. Why don't I believe you? Because he's bullshitting. It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Sure. Pal. Yeah, hi. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Because stressing Maggie out, she doesn't need that. How do you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this will help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, it doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. There's a small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple of days ago. Yeah, the one that looks different from all of the others, which doesn't make it suspicious at all. Yep. Finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it a poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elk was using for his ruptured eardrum. There's another fucking fly in my room. I hate it here. What was Glenn Elk's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? It's ear medicine found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? It was screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. And then I might have gotten something on the prints, but... that's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, but this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? Next trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. Oh, my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Hi, good evening! bonus session for the trial of Maggie Bird. This is still case 3. Yes, we are going to clear this case up tonight. That is the plan, at least. Fence is ready, Your Honor. After getting beat up last time. Because Phoenix doesn't learn ever and like goes up to clearly criminal masterminds and it's like, I have here in my hands evidence. And then I beat him up. Or try to beat him up. So... the trial. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get on the way at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony is plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Myers' attorney name. Nuela Candy. Oh, I don't know. I never thought about that. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. Surprising how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Oh. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You get to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here, he was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well, let the first witness take the stand. Who are you? White Tuesday. It's a rare New Tuesday stream. Because this week there's a lot of things happening. So I pushed one of my own streams to a different day. Sorry. You are. Oh, bonjour everyone, I'm Jeanne Armstrong, Ziona and head chef of La Tribulations restaurant. Enchanté. Ooh, enjoy! I, in fact, am going to be joining Sato for, hopefully, Great Ace Attorney on Thursday, yes. And then on Sunday, over on Leary's channel, there's gonna be a big Studio Land Bellflowers collab. The only reason it doesn't say that on my schedule exactly, and only the time, is because at the time when I posted my schedule, there was no official announcement for it yet, so I was like, ooh, I don't want to take away from like the official announcement by writing it on my own schedule, so I'm just gonna write secret happenings. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff happening. It's a very full week. Hi Zaria, good evening. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am la pet and perky gentleman, no? I don't understand the obsession with asking whether Jeanne Armstrong is a man or a woman, but maybe that's just me. Thank you. On the day of the incident, you were in Trevian's kitchen. Isn't that right? Monsieur. Everything feels right. John Armstrong. Jean Armstrong? John Armstrong. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Trevian. Oui, volontiers. I don't even know if you say half those words like that. I don't speak French. And you know that happens, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decor that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. La coupe, la earpiece and la glasses, you would have seen everything in the reverse, no? Am I dressing them correctly? That is absolutely not. But I do wonder what the basic idea behind this character is and why it's such a why it's a thing that gets brought up frequently. I'm just like, who cares? Who cares? Genuinely? Also, John himself just said he's a gentleman, so I'm like, okay, yep, good. End of discussion. Mirror. Oui, un grand mirror, la most enormous mirror. And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. See, there's one thing I at least like the further and further you go in the series. Like, I remember, or I feel like it was way more often the case that in the earlier Ace Attorney games, it was always like, there's no need for cross-examination, like coming from the prosecution. I was just like, I do have the right to cross-examine, even if it like doesn't sound like there could be anything with it, but like that's the most basic thing you can do. And it got on my nerves so badly that half the time the prosecution would just be like, there's no need to even cross-examine this witness. There's nothing for you to find. I'm like, yes, there is. Now let me do it. Shut up. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kuda's testimony for a second, shall we? He's wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Yep, his left ear. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kuda saw that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it is not so odd, no? Unfortunately, that's where you run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. Yeah. Are you lucky? Okay. Take your time. And Mr. Kuda really did see everything in the mirror. Why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Because there was no mirror. Mr. Wright is correct! If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been always right. How bitter. Try it. You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry apology, Mr. Kuda's sworn testimony. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elk? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elk's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece on those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both in his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Okay. Yeah, well, try it. So worries about best impression of Kudo ever. I really thought he was old CD for a minute there. What was good? Good old. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. 2 more weeks! Aye, then. Yes, 2 more weeks until investigation, so 2 more weeks until I can hopefully finish this game. Oui, I can explain, please. If you will look at the plans of la restaurant. La restaurant. Hello, is everyone sitting comfortably? Let me know, it was in the middle of la restaurant, dividing the 2 halves. There's only 1 seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. That was la seat at the table next to la victim. That was where la old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Of course you did! Actually, I did not touch anything else. No matter how I try to do his voice, every time I think it's terrible. I was just about to say, for one, I don't sound as much as French as I would like. And the others, every time I do this, I get reminded of the Nintendo, like, commercial thing where it's like, oh, come and, comes with a, something comes with a stylus. Hello, little stylus. Hello, Mario. Every time. I don't know why. I just have that one stuck in my head every time I try to do this voice. I see no problems with the explanation we've just heard, except it sounds batshit crazy, and why would you put a giant mirror into the middle of a restaurant, and also why would you move it right after murder occurred? But okay, sure, whatever. On the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Hey, that guy! He said he didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Well, yes, of course. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please. Sure! Have I seen... No, I haven't. I've seen, like, I think two screenshots. Or, like, 2 pictures of it, but I have not. I've not seen any stage play ever in my life, sadly. That cannot be, because he broke the vase, and that vase is clearly still there. Ooh. I mean, if you'd like, you could definitely DM me about that. This piece of evidence contradicts the testimony we've heard, Your Honor. The crime photo. Yes. This photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trike. Damn! What do I ever do to this man? Now, if the defense would please clarify its statement. Sure. What is this something that should not exist in this photo? His face. I think it's pretty obvious that this was what should not be in the picture. Vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Cha-chong! Mystery of Guru is something running through. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're gonna get there. Just not today. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there's an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why?
Plot twist. Plot twist. That's very twisty. Twisty and turny.
Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Tried. That's impossible. He's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. There was no mirror! You can put custom images into picture frames and house flipper too. Oh, yo! Go crazy with it! 3 prosecutors with different personalities. That was Tsundere, Francisco's fine. That's cool! Godot is cool and suave. I'm not You know what? I'll just wait for you to experience the rest of this game before I comment on that. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trivia on that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu, he says. Don't try to confuse the court trial. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why does the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trey, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? You can answer this and it'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? It's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Because we're all very bad at math. Mr. Ray, let's hear you answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Do you think people who drink coffee in the deep voices are cool? Fair, fair. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yeah, and there's one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were 2 completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elk at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elk. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. I like that he specifically takes a sip only to go pfft. Why even bother? Settle down, I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Grams. Why did you clear out of here, huh? What do you say? Right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elk and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Yeah, real, Tried. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was serving girl brought him a cappuccino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It is. It is. But to be fair, it wouldn't be Ace Attorney if these cases were normal. It's so hard to believe, but There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness. If your restaurant really was a scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la, this is most difficult for me. And there are like actual lawyers out there. I think at this point several who have like made videos and reacted to Ace Attorney cases. Obviously the law is a little different in different countries, but it's interesting seeing them take apart like how stuff happens in this game. You're just like, okay, you know what, it's a game and I don't know anybody, I'm not a lawyer, so I'll just take it as it goes. But when applied to real life, most of these things would never work. Don't know. It's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at trivia that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. Defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Oui.
Oh, oui.
La victim, Monsieur L, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won la lottery Monsieur L became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for phony to do the acting. Are you sure? Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oui. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. He took the perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'd be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui, he comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Yes. You committed perjury and got rose petals everywhere. Imagine who has to clean up this house. You know, yesterday in game, the other trial, it was bird, seeds everywhere, and now it's rose petals everywhere. I do not want to be the person responsible for cleaning out these holes. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. I was reported at 2:25. Yeah, okay. This will perhaps jog your memory, witness. The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m., no? 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 Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. Can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? Some of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Ha ha ha! At least one person is in a good mood. Is he even humming a song to himself? I remember the old man arrived not long after him, just at 2 p.m. Wait. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. What? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be la show Monsieur Egg was listening to. I can't see any problem with his testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving a lunch menu. Get to the point, try it if you have one. Sure. The show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy would have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elks in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elk, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elk acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems so. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Troy. You're almost on a roll. Sadly, you lacked a rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it is now just up to 2 p.m. Phony Elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then what a real Glen Elk is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court, however, at the time the real Glen Elk was already dead. Certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Tried. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? Going to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elk, then why did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Tried. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. Please turn it all around and back me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elk concealed? Would it have been too dangerous to take the body outside? Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright. Sure. Exact location where the body was concealed inside Tribulations was... Daki-chan. The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. It's the highest quality only for me. Where was the bottle found, Mr. Ray? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Eh? What? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. Hi, Raiders! Hello! Good evening! I'm new and like the color pink vision of the JRPGs. We're currently playing Phoenix, Raid, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. We're on case 3. How was your stream? You are playing Please Be Happy. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! What route are you on? I hope you had fun! Do you have a favorite character already? By any chance? You're only on chapter 2. It's beautiful so far. Nice! Oh, I'm always very happy when people play Please Be Happy. It is up there. It is one of my favorite games of all time. Oh, I'm so glad. I hope you're gonna enjoy it more. Now it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngological clinic, which I can definitely pronounce, and was given medication in there. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Glenlat's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Lucky for us. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Monsieur! Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hit the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No! Yes! No!
This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glanell? Never! I could not do such an horrible thing. Oh. Hello? Mr. Godot! Bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? I didn't count this time, so I have no idea how many he's had right now. Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor and you hear my H-deficient friend? Chef, vous demande pardon, please, you must hear me out. It is a trap, listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No, absolutely no. I... Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel. Ooh. Oui, it is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Yes, you have a bad feeling about pretty much anything that happens. Phoenix, that's usually the case. It's pretty good French. That's very sweet of you to say. I do not speak a lick of French, so I'm just trying. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It is true I eat la body in la kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You did not kill him. You were forced. By who? I cannot say or I will be erased. It's a very different question, and when Mr. Alp died, was he really the only person at the stable? It was... There was another man. I knew it. Maybe he was telling the truth. Of course he was. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. There was a reason you couldn't refuse, and I have your reason right here. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Oui, je suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed that money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything else if you buy this one. Sorry, one second. Speaking of Achilles, I saw a tweet a few days ago where someone was complaining why in... Goodness gracious, hold on. I can never remember the author's name. I have the book in my possession, but I haven't read it yet. Anyway, a pretty recent, like, rewriting of Achilles' story, and that I saw a tweet where this person was like, "Oh, but why in this book about Achilles do they talk so often about his feet?" Oh, the Song of Achilles. Yes, exactly. Thank you. And I saw that tweet and was like, I haven't even read the book, but I'm sorry, it's a book about Achilles. Oh, they mention his feet pretty often? I wonder why? And I don't know, huh? Sometimes I really do wonder if people actually read or are aware of what they're reading before they say anything. But yeah, I want to still read that book. I have it already, but I haven't gotten around to reading it yet. Ooh. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? When in doubt, no. No, but genuinely, sometimes, obviously everyone is entitled to their own opinions, and you can say and do whatever the fuck you want, basically. But there's something so very, very ironic about going, why in this book about a guy who's famous for his fucking feet because of what happened to him as a child, do they mention his feet so often? Like, don't piss me off. Let me, you know what, actually? Hold on. Okay, I have the tweet. Wait, I even have the tweet. Yeah, see, okay. I need to get this out of my head real quick. The original tweet was where someone wrote, "This is an advanced stone thought, but I think if my eyes were closed and Kermit the Frog walked into a room, I'd be able to pick up on his energy and just know he was there." And someone quoted it with a quote from Song of Achilles, which is, "I could recognize him by touch alone, by smell. I would know him blind, by the way his breath came and his feet struck the earth. I would know him in death at the end of the world," which sounds really good. And then someone answered this one with, okay, I know this isn't really the point, but isn't it weird how often Miller, which is the author's name, talks about Achilles' feet? And I'm like, how do you write that out? How do you write out this entire sentence and don't think to yourself, well, it was a retelling of Achilles, the one guy who you should know because of specifically his feet. Don't piss me off. You like to expose yourself to the worst things possible. See, I don't. I try to not do that. I try to just block and mute people who are stupid. But sometimes you see a tweet and you just think to yourself, Shouldn't he be more famous while he was 99% invincible? But sorry, what's the first thing you think of when you hear the name Achilles? You think of an Achilles heel, and the heel counts as part of the foot. Right? So when I hear Achilles, I think of Achilles heel. Does the connection to his feet. So I don't think it is... I haven't read the book, but I don't think it's weird to maybe mention his feet once or twice. Anyway... Oh, he could have solved more of the Iliad if he hadn't spent most of it winging his den. I think you might actually... I don't think as many people as you... Hold on. How do I say this in English? I don't think that many people have actually read the Iliad to actually know what the whole mythological part is. And they only know the whole... Oh hey, Achilles' feet, Achilles' heel thing. I doubt they know most of his other adventures. You know? Does that make sense? I'm losing my grasp on English. I have to pretend to speak French. I'm losing my grasp on the English. They didn't even teach it in your school, even though... See? We did actually read like a child-friendlier version of the Odyssey in like 6th grade, and even for a child-friendly version, for one, it was, well, it was child-friendly, so there was a bunch of stuff just not in there. And to this day, I would like to argue, I don't think 6th grade is a good time to try and read something like the Odyssey. The world's first female. Nah. No more feet talking. No more talk about feet on this very non-Christian channel, please. Well, we have the phrase Achilles heel. You do. Not reading both is only watching The Empire Strikes Back, not Star Wars. You're talking to someone who's never watched Star Wars. A child-friendly version of see, Le Miserable, I have never experienced. Neither the like more modern adaptations that made it really blow up, nor... No, wait. Hamilton is the one that got this giant musical number thing. But Le Miserable did also get something, because I distinctly remember it blowing up on Tumblr for some reason. Anyway, let's find out why this dude helped someone murder. You're very lucky you had an amazing English literature teacher who wrote Macbeth. Oh! Very, very, very nice. We had... We had... It was a mix. We had some very good books. We also had some very bad books, not gonna lie. We had some books that genuinely made me very interested in maybe reading more of them. Like we... Oh god. I don't actually... Hold on. I'm not sure if this one was originally a German book series. Or not. Let me check. No! Oh, no! Oh, fantastic. It was originally actually an American thing. Wow. Okay. We read... Okay, apparently in the original, it's called Among the Hidden by Margaret Patterson Haddix, and was published in 1998 as the first book in the Shadow Children series. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, okay. They were just literally like the literal translation of Shadow Children. That was what they were called in Germany. And we read the first one of that in German class, and it got me very interested, but I still haven't actually gotten around to reading the others. I bought 1, 2, 3, I think, but we only read the first one in school. It's all about general Greco-Romanism and so many cult philosophers of today. Well, I mean, if you're having fun with it, I don't see anything wrong with that. Let me Le Jeu Misérable, the musical. Okay, that's good to know. And going on for decades. Oh, Peasant 27 Ghost 3. Alright. One of your favorite books, German, Damien by Hermann Hesse. Okay, don't come for me. There's very little classics I have read. Yes, okay. Mel, spread your gospel about your books that I also still have to read one day because Mel is a very big fan. So I'm like, okay, Mel is endorsing them, the books, so they must be good. I haven't read a lot of classics or what is considered classics in my lifetime. I have not read a single Shakespeare book, for example. Also, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. But for specifically Damien by Hermann Hesse, do not come for me. I tried reading it, but the reason I did get it was because of a BTS comeback some years ago. Because I was like, you know what? I might as well. Everyone's reading it because of this comeback. Like, there were so many people who bought that book, you genuinely couldn't get some of the newer print editions on sites like Amazon or whatever because, hey, BTS comeback, draw some parallels to that. So everyone and their mother bought the book and was just like, that is crazy. Why is a K-pop band making it so people buy a German classic? What the fuck is happening? But I never finished reading it because it was very slow. I don't know. Maybe. It's not the longest book, so maybe I'll try again some other time. Chill murder mysteries. Ooh, murder mysteries! Oh, I'm always a sucker for murder mysteries. With classics, it can be quite hard to get into some of them depending on like I will say this. While I think my English is passable, reading something like some of those classics in the original language in English, I think would make me rip my hair out because of how different it would be to a more modern English, right? But on the other hand, I'm the type of person to try and read a book in the original language, or anything in the original language it came out in, assuming I know enough of the language to actually still understand and have fun with it. Yeah, we talk about whatever we want while we try to get people maybe non-guilty verdicts in this funny lawyer game. But yeah, we just do what we want. The only upsetting thing right now is that there's literally no background music because of the scene right now. Oh, I still haven't gotten around to reading or watching Utena, actually. Many years ago, like I think at this point, maybe almost 10 years ago, I walked past a secondhand store, but because it was Sunday, it was closed, and I saw the manga. I saw the entire manga in like on a bookshelf there, and I'm so upset because Sunday, stores closed in Germany. Can't go in there. What I would have given to own that. Possible to follow even though you're English. Yeah. Recently what I've been doing for books is basically just like look into my library and see, like literally just go by the tagging system and go what is available right now and what has an LGBT tag, and everything else afterwards I'm just like, okay, you know what, I'll just take what I can, what sounds most interesting. But like those are my only two criteria. It needs to be available right now when I look at it, and it needs to have an LGBT tag. So a bunch of the classics are obviously not going to be in there. That's my most recent experience with most books that I've read. You cannot follow Jane Austen sentences. I have not read a single one of Jane Austen's books. I would like to, maybe one day, just to see what it's about, see if I would like it. But I've also never read Frankenstein. I own it. I've never read Dracula. I own it. Because there's some very, very pretty editions out in German that I bought simply because the cover was very nice. But I haven't read them. Now, let's please get our actual murderer, okay? Back to murder people. There's Dracula Daily if you want to get into it. Huh? Okay. So you're forced to do anything this man told you. Dracula Daily chapters said, "Ah, that's fast. Oh, that sounds fun actually." It is sadly the story of my life. I am the type of person to fall for pretty covers and cute packaging. Even if the actual product might not be as good as something else that has, like, just normal packaging. I try to not let myself get blinded by that. As much, but sometimes you just have to buy the, I don't know, the nail polish that is just in the prettier packaging, or the hand cream. Is that even the English word for it? Because the packaging has cute little flowers on it. Wow! Even if the other one that is like specifically made for highly, for people who have very many allergies or blah blah blah, maybe that one's better because there's less chemical stuff in there. But is the packaging pretty? Okay, wait, let me write that down so I don't forget. Daily Dracula. I have my own daily goal. My own daily goal is read at least one volume of a manga. But it's not been going well. I have not gotten to read those updates yet. No, because I literally just sat down in front of my computer and started stream, and I haven't done anything else yet. Sorry. Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. Le tigre. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. A rendezvous? On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he pay his loan. His loan? I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Fudio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket, was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot, you will summon this Fudio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Nah, don't worry. I got him in the back room. 30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. Wee. Hold up. Don't sit back and relax yet, try. No one knows if the chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Gordo. We'll resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, speaking of one more thing, not connected to the game, at one of the bookstore chains we have here in Germany. We have a few of them. Just really depending on where you live, you have more of the one or the other. Anyway, I have a cart with one of them, so every time I buy books from them, I will get bonus points, and they have their little shops where you can actually exchange those points for notebooks or specific other books, blah blah blah. And every single time I am actually at the cashier and they see the card, so they see the number of points I have collected. They go, "Oh, are you aware how many points you have?" I go, "Yes." Because they run out after a year. And I'm like, "Yes, I know. You cannot just collect them for forever." Because like one of the highest things you can get is just like an actual e-reader, but that is a horrendous amount of points that you will not get. Like one of the ladies working at one of my more local stores was actually, I asked her about it once. She was like, "Oh no, don't try to do that. Like generally just buy it normally, or buy it through the store so you can get some bonus points for just buying the thing itself, because that is such a high amount of points. You cannot get that in 1 year before they run out again. It's not worth it. Try to get some other books." And every time I'm at the cashiers and they're like, "Hey, your points are gonna run out." I'm like, "Yes, I know. We also have manga in the exchange store." And I'm like, "Yes, I know, but none of the manga you have in there are things that interest me, or it's manga that I already have." Anyway, yesterday I found out that for some reason the entirety, like every single book that is coming out still for it of Jujutsu Kaisen is in that store, and I am very behind on the German release of Jujutsu Kaisen. So guess who just spent most of their points before they will run out on just getting some more volumes of Jujutsu Kaisen. Yay! Me! Now I'm finally gonna be up to volume 12 once it actually arrives. Yippee! So I only have an entirety of 12 volumes to read. No, 11 volumes. I've read volume 1 like 2 years ago. I read volume 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen and haven't actually managed to read any more of it ever since then. But anyway. If you think I have any games that I haven't played yet, I think I might actually have more books that I haven't gotten around to yet. We're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. You almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal! Hi, Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. That's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up. Mood? No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour. But in that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? Yeah, I'll check the prints on the bottle. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Hey, that's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the print on it belongs to. Prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Sure. Thank you. Okay, I'll get us off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Wasn't planning on it. It was pretty much a fun little showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Sure. 1:56 in the afternoon. That's a very specific time. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this foodie or tea? That's a yes. I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Phony Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Yeah, he doesn't look very happy to be here. Witness, please sit here. Sure, okay. Don't handle the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there too. Would you mind what you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. I would have guessed Sophia wouldn't use a bad Brooklyn accent in a judge. Okay, I don't know how to do Brooklyn accent. I have business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Come on, me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. Please. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you shouldn't hear me. I said, who the hell was that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What do you say? There's no point struggling. Caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. Ooh. And I'm the one that hold you in. Too cool. Well, let him get the better of you, Nick. Very uplifting if you're down. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I know nothing about no stinking incident, mouse boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix, right? You're the one who set this up, didn't you? He's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Come on, Phoenix. Get a grip, Nick. Get a grip, Nick. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales signed up to borrow cash from Tenderland every single day. If you want to check my alibi, just ask me a letter. At last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you cross-examination, please. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of games the guy in the blue plays. The lowlife ain't no lawyer, he just punches away his stupid details till he wits. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Smarty! Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000 and you're just gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. I don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tackle with a tiger. I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's really not... This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off, yours too. Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. It's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of, big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my butts. That sounds like a you problem. Court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Fuck you! Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Penalty, penalty. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know? You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Alright. Is he talking about Viola Cadavarini? She writes everything in my schedule. December, mainly the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. It seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again! What the tiger did all this summer isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? I didn't even say anything yet, Jesus Christ. What do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead-end trial, you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I never seen a young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please... Mr. Tigre, the court asked you to add the last statement to your testimony. Don't let them will beat you. Be a man, you honor, and ask him yourself. The day he's talking about, I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before. Yeah, I don't fucking think so. Because clearly he had a meeting with you. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elk, but it appears that Mr. Elk knew you. What? Mr. Elk left his little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. Exactly. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elk. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. You's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you, just to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's some compliment I can do without, plus he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. Who's calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? He's saying that you claim to have never seen the kid before. Is it true? He said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Then I say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness? You haven't actually met the victim. That's got to be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with a guy at my office, Tender Lender. I wait around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't never ever been to the Tribulations joint, you see? I see. That all seems perfectly logical. He had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you got a big deal going down today? I'm gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. The bill's going straight to you, right? No. No, once I'm done with you, you're not gonna be setting foot quite anywhere else anymore. Outside of jail, I mean. Where are they? Right there. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? Have you really never been to Trivia before? What was the book of the restaurant matches doing on your desk? Should be snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy. Why am I ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat, I'll go back on what I said. Okay, I was at the joint that day. What? Well, listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elk that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. It's so crazy to me, especially because it's like, okay, yeah. Oh, no lying under oath. Wow, perjury. Wow. Oh no, this guy is scary. So there's no possible way we could give a penalty here for lying under oath. No, he's too scary. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw an ugly scene. The girl was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I had the cops' signs on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I don't think that's gonna work out either, though. How would you have seen him from the entrance? Considering that there's a fucking wall! Partition, whatever you want to call it. And the entire, like, counter. Why do I even bother? You did actually meet with him in the end, then. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Your Honor. Hold it. If we ain't around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. No problem. Anytime I try to process you on something irrelevant, I'll see you pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little ham of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. No. Yes, sir. Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you's paying. Oh man, does the rule of law mean anything around here? No. No. Anyway, you could not have seen the guy, so fuck right off with that. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tiger? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we get something straight. What's this, right? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tiger. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's hat. No. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you remember that between each of the tables there's a tall partition. That's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Trivia, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. You did see the victim that day because you met with him. Well, have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. The offense just proved that point to be moot. The victim, witnessed by Mr. Kudo, was not Glenn Elk, but a fake. But in order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elk, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. Sure. I mean, there's only so many people it could have been. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you still don't understand. The tiger's king of the jungle, so I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's a defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright? Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. He's got guts, I give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Kudo. Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no. Serving gold, burning, blah, 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 blah. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Just beside you say cold, though, for a moment you said cold. This is a cold of law! Yes, it was the waitress who put the poison in the Very impressive, Mr. Godot, waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Oh. The cat is trying to catch the fly. Again. You can do it! I believe in you. Thank you for the hydro time. Oh, Godot is also doing hydro time. I don't think you do much hydrating when you're just drinking straight up black coffee with no sweetener, nothing in it, but... Found your pen at last, right? It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elk, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elk was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo Jesus Christ. Witnessed? Who is this woman? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. Who's making a big mistake? You know who Violetta's grandfather is. You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Serves the coffee over to this room. Yep, I love the lady. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece is worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry. You is alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Nando.
I have a cat just coming around one of my monitors and like, I don't know where the fly went. I have no idea. Oh. He's trying to catch it. He's not doing a very good job of it though, I have to say. You can do better than that. It's so very funny. It's so very funny watching a cat try to catch a fly. I think he's waiting a little too long. Thank you for the button and your butter. He is trying. He is trying. I mean, he's doing a better job than I would be doing, I think. Just unsure if he got it or not. Oh, I'll see. Something to think about. You just got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? You just missed out one real important thing. But it can't be. I was in a joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see. What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tiger? What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trivia between yourself and the victim? Oh! 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 Oh, nope, never. Oh, nope, it's still alive. Stop trying to flee here. Oh. Get him! Get him! Okay, I realize I definitely need to... Oh, bless you. I need to clean my room. So the cat has an easier time to climb up every surface possible to catch this fly. That's on me. There's too many unread manga lying around. That's on me. Yeah, I loaned out cash, about $100,000. The day we was due to have a little chat, the kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000! You're lucky, you know, I'm real lucky. If that waitress had known what she'd done, everything would have been over. And I see that the principal account you loaned to Mr. Alk was $50,000. Yeah, well, you just got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was an unlucky kid. He got the $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. If I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. Are you sure? It's motive. He has to have one, but what is it? Lang was left at the sun. Oh, there's no sun here anymore. At 9:30 in the evening, there's no sun. Out and about it.
It's pitch black outside. Thank you. so traurig. Ja.
The waitress, you mean... The girl with the glasses and the defendant's chair, who else would I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. I'm sure better push a little on this. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? He's all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, after then recouping his loan, Mr. Tiger had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said? There is motive, huh? So after the 100,000, I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Really? I don't think so. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. L owed you, correct? I don't know the guy to cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. L, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you are really after.
Objection!
No! I don't. That's the funny part. Like, outside of the stream, I couldn't tell you how half the cases go, and like, even while I'm playing, I'm just like, what was in this one? It's like, it's slowly coming back to me while I'm playing it, but I couldn't tell you in more detail. It's a little different with Professor Layton. Like, Professor Layton, I feel like I could definitely play the first 3 with no outside help, and I could probably go through most of them. What are you getting at, Trey? What else would a moneylender be other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. Computer virus? What does one of those do? Computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. Computer? What does one of those do? Isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age? I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the very important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glen Elk had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glen Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. See, you know, the reason why I get things consistently right is because I've never played this game without a guide. So I only really know the correct answers anyway. Because I have only ever played with the correct answers. Does that make sense? Even— oh my god, this fucking fly is still alive. Even when I played these games for myself the first time around, I just played them with like spoiler-free guides where they just tell you like, oh, press the fifth statement, present item, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. So when I'm playing it now, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what any of the other things do. I don't know what kind of wrong answers net you. Or what kind of penalties you get. Scale was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of the program. Exactly. Days hold myth, the S3D is trying to attack the right side of the evidence. Days of trying to move certain evidence in a specific way so the game accepts it as the correct position. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he's by no means an idiot trying. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Ray. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million? Indeed, I wonder why. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. If they're like that, they buy a scooter, not even. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Yeah, it's very funny that he's just riding the tiny scooter and not like a proper motorcycle or anything. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadavarini. Did you say Cadavarini? Yes! I said so the first time I introduced her as well. Voodoo Cadavarini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadavarini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Voodoo Cadavarini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elk's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery won. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate, Jesus Christ. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elk and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elk, while Viola Cadavarini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kruger. Like I said, Troy, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef would have been kept in the dark about it. Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Gladwell? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Silence or kill. He's put on a good show, Spiky. So that's the guy with the same kind of spiky hair. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You're saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. Sloppy. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you're very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, right? What was this trick you say, Mr. Tiger performed to frame the accused? You pretended to be me. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here this very court and mayor a month ago. Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I'd ever seen.
Objection.
Can you prove that, Grams? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, try. Here in court, we deal with people's lives. Oh, I'm well aware. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor. Speaking for myself, I'm absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as a judge. The rest of power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. Oh yeah, the music is very good. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. Circumstances surrounding Mr. T are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glen Elk, you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Au contraire. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get mauled. You've got that? All he managed to do here was chase him around a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Not good. Oh. Oh? I'm unsure whether the fly is still alive or very, very, very hurt at this point, by the way. No? Because the cat that's following the fly around, sadly, well, sadly for the fly, is the one that loves to play with anything he catches instead of like. Nope, no. Oh, it is still somewhat making its way through my room, huh? Gotta try a little harder, my guy. Like, I would wish for the fly to actually just meet a quick death, because this cannot be nice. Excuse me. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. Thank you. If I just have one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. Thank you. This witness's cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigre. Oh, thank you. Your Honor, sir. Wait.
Yeah.
Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I took everything on this, my badge, the works. So here it is. The hot scanning on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's a final decisive piece of evidence. What? Coffee in a no. They have bagged milk. I wouldn't even be surprised if you can get coffee bagged as well. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? How about the prints, pal, from his medicine bottle? Oh, so do you know who the pins belong to now? You think I'm some kind of pack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. Furia Tiger's paw prints, alright. It's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. You said everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on the bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at the stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poisoning in Alex coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on his bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Okay. No matter how hard I try, never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me? Sorry to let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. I'm supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! It's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Victims here might have seen covered in Furio Tigre's fingerprints. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. According to your research, so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Drake. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court. Sure. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Is not the victim's. Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We've clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints out on a fancy-looking bottle, is that what you say? What the hell's in it anyway? Phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tiger, this is a decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Alkion. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tiger, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that. What? You say you're never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? Bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No. It's just the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash. Don't look nothing like it. Got him, at last. What? Why's everyone going quiet? I said that bottle... Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle of cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. The lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Did you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Just now, you stepped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You should know who you're messing with. Tiger, I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. Phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Can you get a copy of the suit now? What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Well done. Try it. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Stop throwing coffee at my face, please. Sever it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. He always, yeah. It's always 17. It's always 17 while he's in court. Which is crazy, considering it's like at most, what, 2 hours? 2 hours? And you drink 17 cups of coffee? Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tiger, Mr. Godo? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Alkion. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. A the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Oh, your tiger is a truly frightening criminal. Truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Oh. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant Maggie Bird.
Hot. Maggie!
His heart does pump coffee. Beans, not blood, yeah. That man is something else. That is all. This court is adjourned. Woohoo! The confetti is so funny. I am unsure whether it was some official art or some fan art that I saw, where it was Gumshoe just cutting all of these strips of paper so they would have confetti for at the end of the trial. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. It wasn't me, Maggie. That was a tiger. Look, Nick. In the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. Right. Sorry. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Well, I was... Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used us so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom.
Take that!
Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's... A present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know? Yeah! Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know? Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Wait, was that really someone's... Aww! Aww! So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Ah. Yay! So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Recipe for tournament, the end. Woohoo! Oh boy. There he is. My boy. Episode 4. And about beginnings. Well, we do very much still have an hour, so let's see how far we can get with that one. Girl, let her go. Shut up. Come closer, and I'll kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get... You're not going to get the chance. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. For lifetime. Name, Terry Falls. Kidnapping, murder, sentence, death penalty. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. 6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. I like that despite Mia being dead, we actually get to play her quite a bunch. Because it's like one thing to say, oh yeah, she was Phoenix's mentor, but you don't ever see her in action. You do see her in action. You actually get to be her in action. I'm so nervous, I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Hey! Good morning! So jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing, I swear I didn't kill nobody! Very false. Very first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. She does pop up as a yes. But we actually get to see her like when she was doing things when she was alive, which I think is very cool. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing, I didn't kill nobody. I never lied, didn't escape from nowhere. Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. Barry Burglar. There's some names. Oh my god, wait. Oh fuck, I can't remember the name. But maybe if I find it again and remember until next time. But it was like someone's actual name and they were on the news as some kind of realtor or something. It's just like, yep, that is definitely like an Ace Attorney kind of name. Anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're in death row, right? I'm really sorry. This sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. The woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that. Harry Styles is now an Ace Attorney character who works as a barber. Yeah. He does music, no? Maybe he moonlights as a barber. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. Police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her! She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. You can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Huh. You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all along the big scary lines then. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? The old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No, you got it all wrong. Today you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine. Escape death row convict for first kind. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax, I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time you had in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours, it's go time. Stop calling her kitten! A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. I feared the lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Fonts. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. No, this is a different judge. So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. So our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia, you can't lose, not to someone younger than you. Young people running a trial, I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct? How? Precisely. The defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, the police woman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Stop, for the love of God. Stop calling her kitten. It's making me uncomfortable. Mr. Ashworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct, but in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. Oh, I hate this Edgeworth sprite so much because you can very, 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 very clearly tell who it's modeled after and who he's trying to imitate. So I don't like his face. Something about his face in this sprite is so off to me to how I know him, but whatever. A witness's testimony. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies have fallen and never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. The policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be... Exactly, the victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Hawthorne. Hef. fucking hate this family's last name. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Sure, it's becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. It's yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice.
Oh, it's so clear. It's so obvious where he gets his mannerisms from. Ugh.
Young people these days simply don't know how to respect the elders, says you. Brother, how old are you supposed to be in this one? How old are you right now? You are 20! This man is supposed to be 25? Oh. Of course it's a deliberate design choice, but it's so painful. It's so painful. You're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Miss Ashworth, please call your first witness. I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Oh wow. wait. Oh wait, he's not there. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. Planning on promoting to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously. My heart is aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional, otherwise I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Wait, how old is Gumshoe at this point? 26? I can't do this. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge, and the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Bridge located 40 feet above Eagle River. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Ashworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met them. Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we've prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Hi, Mr. Ashworth. I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now listen carefully, kids. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Where's Gumshoe Beach, though? This was when he was younger. This was this was some years ago, so his jacket was not. It's a different jacket. Nothing much else. Nothing else has changed about him. But yeah. I'm sorry, if I had a coworker who I don't even know that well, who kept calling me kitten while we're working in a court of law, I would have smacked that guy upside down already. Like, there is absolutely no way. Is Diego kind of hot? You're asking the wrong person. Maybe for some people, sure, if not for me. You certainly have established the importance of the bridge. No, it's just like Diego's design doesn't do it for me. Like, at all. He looks like he's one singular muscle away from mewing. Like, naturally.
I'm an ace attorney.
This case is a few years ago, so yes, in this, back then, he was 27. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up. But here he is 27, yes. Hey, settle down there, kid. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kitten. Please tell him off, Mia. I beg of you. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. It's okay, Mia. We'll do it. We can do it. Don't worry. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about a phone call with Mr. Falls. Notes? Yeah, a top-secret memo that she left on her desk. Confidential police materials written by the victim. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? But the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up, never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's the detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person. You know, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. Is that a trap? That cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky cute. I guess arguably 20-year-old Edgeworth would be considered cute. Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, the bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. It doesn't look too comfortable. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. Talking about a woman here? Mr. Armando, can you just shut up and let me do my fucking job? You can tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. Condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange. Do you? Anyway. That bridge, while white scarf for identification, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Yeah, where's the fucking scarf, my guy? Witness. What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say that little kitten want a piece of my coffee candy? No! Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Shut up. And another one for good measure. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am. This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well, then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus, the special request. I have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in a trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. Caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Ashworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you're searching so desperately for, is it this one, perchance? Ah, is that white, really? Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. The hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It looks blue to me, but maybe it's a stylistic white. It's not exactly white as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud.
To be fair, he is the presiding prosecutor, so I think he is very much allowed to actually investigate these crime scenes. But still, the issues of someone is always keeping some kind of evidence they just took from the crime scene themselves. It's not addressed except for the one time it's actually like a valid plot point in a game where it's like, haha, you can only show evidence if it was shown along these guidelines, and then it's never important again, ever. Also, thank you for the follow, welcome in. So I'm just, every time I'm just like, yeah, okay, everyone was somewhat involved with the crime, and the trial afterwards can just go to the crime scene and investigate and keep anything they find. Is that how it works? I don't know, it's how it works in the Ace Attorney games. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he's intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. Court will accept the scarf into evidence, worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found in Dusky Bridge. Now, if the attorney for the defense has finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Why would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck? Ooh. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. Sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it.
Everything is moving at his whim.
Don't forget, Kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius.
Genius, huh? Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness.
Oh, it shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir.
It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stepped in the bag. That must have been when the scarf fell off.
On the drawbridge?
Isn't that, like, extremely unsafe? Shoving someone on a drawbridge?
Like, for yourself as well. For literally everyone who's involved.
Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below.
Mr. Ashworth, who took this photo anyway?
Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party.
Aha, a potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom?
Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor.
Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify.
Like a rope bridge in both cases, yes, dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. True. It's not a drawbridge, you're right. Wrong word choice on my end.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. This judge is very unsure of many things.
As you can see, Terry falls at both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge.
Truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty.
Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet.
What do you mean, Mia is suffering as well.
So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere.
Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere.
But it's a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk.
Oh. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right.
Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right.
What is it about this photo? Blah 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 blah.
Sorry. This game doesn't actually get a log. You can scroll back up to see what they were saying if you actually missed it. Text box, which is very sad.
Naturally, the answer is right here.
The victim's code. As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it.
That's exactly what's strange.
Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day?
It was drizzling and foggy, dusky bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud.
That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous play of bird was befouled.
I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey bird, part of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? Surface of the bridge, huh?
A real man won't stand for a taunt like this.
Neither would a real woman. Get him, me, I'll get him.
Of course I can. You gave me the evidence for that yourself, actually. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy.
The evidence is this scarf. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell into the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. Can't be outwitted by this novice, but
Jesus Christ.
same to you, buddy. Miss Face's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and the scarf. However, the real question is, why is there contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here.
You're doing pretty well for a little kitten.
Shh! Mr. Armando!
No matter what he says, the contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered it in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony as say she saw the moment of the murder.
Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it?
The false evidence.
It's one of those three.
What you said just now, I'm not sure I like that.
It wasn't me, Your Honor. It was a coffee aficionado over here that said it.
This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know? Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose this evidence as a flimsy scam it really is.
Yes. The false evidence in this case is the witness's testimony. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's a witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stepped in the bag. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
Nadio?
The testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's a truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy wonder over there would have called him in the first place.
Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth.
Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time.
Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
What Mr. Ashworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth?
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Ashworth, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here.
Witness, what is your name and occupation?
Everyone's so silent that I can hear the hearts going pitter-patter.
Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double in a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast! As I said before,
this witness is very sensitive and delicate.
I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, you could learn a lot from this man. He's such a gentleman. He sure doesn't act like one to me. It sure is. It sure is her again. Now remember, remember when the judge in the other case was like, "Oh, Miss Faye, are you and the witness acquainted?" No. What? No.
Sir?
Yes, my dear.
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. It's no trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department.
You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate?
How can you be so mean?
Just, just stick around. Anyway, how old is she? 19. See here, what are you doing shoving at her face like that? Huh? It's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. I don't like the turn this is taken. She's staring at me.
And you would be?
Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Faye.
See. So you are...
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
I
was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on a suspension...
Oh, a suspension bridge. There we go. Suspension bridge.
Suddenly they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time just like Mr. Ashworth asked me to.
What a cute camera, just like its owner. Melissa Foster took the witness's photo with this, a small but powerful model. Alright then, Miss Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you feel the wrath of my gavel. Witness, when you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Well, haven't you presented a photo like that?
Well, you see...
The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. My apologies, young lady. But Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit.
Certainly don't play a situation, Candy. I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
You ran out of film?
This photo was the last one.
What? I don't know why I keep giving, like... The reason I'm giving her this voice is because I feel like, and whenever she's trying to play this demure little girl who can never do wrong, is because I think that's the kind of voice she would be using. It's so annoying. I'm the one responsible for giving her the voice, but it's just so annoying. Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers.
The witness herself? Then who took the photos?
The timer.
Oh, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took photos of yourself?
I remember taking some photos of myself once too. Please, no details.
Seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all.
You know nothing about her. Oh, what I would give to be a person who knows nothing about Dahlia Hawthorne. But I'm glad you enjoy it.
Oh, wait, just a minute.
Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh?
Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo.
Photos of the incident you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Ashworth, you're quite a poet.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on a fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
This guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention.
Yeah, it's sickening.
Hi, TK.
Let's use my camera to take some pictures of flowers. She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the bag.
Oh, that's it. Hold on. Brr, 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 brr.
And turned around and tried to run away. She only got about 10 yards.
I don't know. What the fuck is a yard? But if the bridge is broken, where the hell would she be running to? Diego, yeah.
Witness, your testimony's a joke.
Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you to not make the witness cry. Not to make the witness cry. A yard is 91.44. So not even a full meter. So she didn't even get like... She got like 9 meters away, not even 10.
One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions.
There's no possible excuse. You say about 2 contradictions.
It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then...
she would have hit a dead end.
You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5. Because dusky bridges collapse on outside.
What does all this mean?
It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it.
This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
It's Edgeworth.
Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion.
What do you mean?
There's one major mistake in this diagram.
Oh, fuck no.
Here's an updated autopsy report. Here's an updated diagram.
What did you say?
What are you referring to?
It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying?
I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair,
there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident.
That's ridiculous.
You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. The guy's good.
Huh? What do you mean?
He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright? The diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy.
That coward!
Well, Miss Faye, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. I don't know how to go on.
Stop then. Go kill yourself! So, what? What?
After he stepped in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose it was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. Then just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm sorry, I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Exactly!
I would do anything for you, Mr. Obama.
Then perish. That's me with her. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished.
Don't say that.
Oh, well, maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great matcha latte. This trial isn't over yet. That's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Fire, your cross-examination, if you please.
The contradiction staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack.
Yeah, let's do it.
A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Ashworth pointed out something interesting about the river. Yep. Most bodies have fallen and never recovered. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed a body in the water. She's not wrong. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Fay, but I must admit it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Ashwood. How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all. What the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise the mean lady might yell at you again. What is he talking about?
Alright, I'll do my best.
After he stepped in the back, he quickly picked up his Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hit the body in there. How? Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time.
And what?
Made a crucial mistake. Crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Fay? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hit the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes?
Yes, and?
It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you try to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop you from seeing the car.
That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff.
Young edgy, yeah.
20-year-old edgy. You should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still, you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled into a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Wait a minute, you can't just say that? Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. Error is human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. That's not fair. Save the deuce for later, kitten. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial is over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax and you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. So tell me, how does she know that? How does she know that he broke into the trunk? Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness. Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk. Because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain there were scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. It's true. They certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? Just on her side, I can make any mistakes here. But she just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? It doesn't work. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... she put the corpse in herself. There's only one way that the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hit the body in the trunk of the car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. Preposterous. Do you even suggest that the witness put the body in there? If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? There's a timer. On her camera, she said so herself.
Pops could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred, and we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. It's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Ashworth. You also need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter footage may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. There's a timer. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she has brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto-timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we'll also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? Ah, that's easy, Your Honor. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim is Hawthorne was standing. Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. Oh, as a 9? Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Ashworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. And who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? That's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy in the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. You can remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? Got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear the scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? Oh. 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 Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? She just evaporated, I hope? No. Not yet. Not here, sadly. Send strong wind throughout. Isn't that obvious?
He's the real culprit. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. Defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood. Very well, this court is in recess. See, I could be so rude, I could be so mean and just say, hey, we hit 3 hours. I'm gonna stop here for tonight. But I'm gonna finish this one. I'm just gonna go a little overtime.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up.
Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill a policewoman anyway?
Motive, huh?
Anyway, we're still badly in need of information.
Information, right.
What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing.
What is it?
Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it.
About what happened 5 years ago.
Okay, I trust you.
That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. This picture, it reminds me everything. Bridge looks same, just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute.
It's been broken like that for at least 5 years.
Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute.
It's true, I did. I did kidnap her.
5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Your girlfriend? Huh?
Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne?
The victim's last name.
Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious?
Girl, let her go.
Close to kill her.
Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. First I thought shooting someone for kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it.
Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie, betray me. Betray us.
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping, too.
A make-believe kidnapping?
Dahlia. My girlfriend. My love. My teen angel.
Did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas.
I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia says? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia were kidnapped. We sent her dead. Asked for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer because she knew detective.
Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright.
It gets worse. Enjoy.
In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh?
Yeah, but the woman. A woman. Valerie, she do it for real.
shoot at me for real. Me and Dahlia.
I should have known.
Dahlia. She jumped in river.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over.
And that's when I decided to give you the death sentence.
Can't believe it. The woman, she betrayed me.
The man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below.
These 5 years, all I wonder is why? Why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know.
So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself.
Yes, but I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her, just ask why. Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer come from her mouth, that's all.
But that's why. That's why I made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, zebra boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kid. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Me remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? The police take it?
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know? No, really, I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia. With Dahlia?
That day, on the bridge. Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone. Dahlia. Gone. Forever. Into Eagle River.
It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go.
Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne?
Never found her. My sweet Dahlia.
Never found her.
Sold up by river. Gone. Dahlia, my teen angel.
Your teen angel? How old was she anyway?
Just 14.
14? Guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She plans a fake kidnapping, disappears into the river with the rock worth 2 now. Man, oh man, angels these days.
Yeah. Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel or is she really a...
It's time, Kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet.
$2 million gem. Used as ransom for Dahlia, lost to Eagle River 5 years ago. Training wheels come off now, Mia. You've got to strike while the iron is hot. It's one of my rules. Remember it. Sure.
Yeah.
Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer. A motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think. You're still acting as tame as a kitten.
Stamando.
Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted and knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? But that's fine. I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady. This witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights right up. Is Ashworth immune to Dahlia's charm? No, I'm not gonna say what I thought of just now, no. There are a few very refreshing characters who do not fall for her ways, that's for sure, so. Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say.
I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I'd never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago, or kidnapping a poor girl, I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, eh? Precisely.
Furthermore, she has no
Possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put in your best smile. No, Humpy is very much referring to Godot when he talks about Daft Punk masks.
Ow.
You bet. Someone have to tie her to this case.
Yeah, but we'll do just that.
It's so refreshing. Having people here who've never played Phoenix Wright. Also, you just have to wait a little. I'm not gonna say yes or no. Just appreciate it for what it is. Scrutinizes this guy very closely. A grudge.
Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death.
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges.
Scrutinize who you think Cromer figures Cyrus. Huh? What? Who's Cyrus? What are we talking about?
He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well.
What do you mean by that?
Your client, you forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well.
Well, she's right about that. Mr. Foss is kind of forgetful. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Oh! Right, that's Cyrus. Oh my god. I mean, I guess.
Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. This is bad. Mr. Fall's reputation just keeps getting worse and worse.
Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with the last statement? Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony.
The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. The testimony only helps to further prove the point.
That's not what I...
Enough. Witness, if you would.
My pleasure, Mr. Judge.
It's unlucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf for kidnapping a poor girl just saying that. Let's see.
Hey, Baba, good evening.
Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Talking about this scarf right here, eh?
Yes, that's it. The scarf the police woman was wearing.
I've got it now, just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you say the following. Guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. That's what I said. First time they showed us. Like, white? It's foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white. No, it's more surprising that she mistook it for white if it was foggy and raining, because... The hell?
Sorry, but not this time.
The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but...
There's only one explanation for this mix-up.
The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... Strap in for a fun ride with Dahlia Hawthorne. Witness, have you ever seen this note?
No, no, never.
It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have.
I wonder about that. What do you mean?
This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says wear white scarf for identification. White scarf. Heh. Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster. Mr. Ashworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, Kitty? Yep. The third person that knew the content of the note was... Dun 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 dun. The person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia, tell her this time. There's her name right there. It says, so who's this person, this Dahlia Hawthorne? Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life. But that? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying?
course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off of Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are. Even you could. Miss Faye, you're not saying... But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Nice one. That was like tossing a grenade with a 3-alarm fire. Unless you can tie all the loose ends together. You're nothing but a hidden run offsets. I understand, I don't. If you can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now's my chance to make Mr. Ashworth squirm. Witness, just who are you anyway? I didn't think it would come to this. Let's see. You don't have to say any more, witness.
Yes, I understand.
Mr. Ashworth, explain yourself.
Your Honor, I have an admission to make.
I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far.
You don't mean...
Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all our witnesses.
What did he say?
Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go.
No way, but then why?
If he hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was a testimony, so he made a little trick. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well, but as you can see... Excuse me.
Why did she hide her identity for 5 years?
That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. You don't actually believe that.
Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder?
Really, Miss Faye, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost.
How dare you?
Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious, her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her.
What?
I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Well, you see...
I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kid. Defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. Damn, bro. That wasn't me. It was this guy, this crazy coffee addict. I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Old man? He's only 27. Edgy boy, you're only 20. Calm down. Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets.
I am sweating bullets.
You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. You've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you.
To me.
The rashness of youth, how charming. It's coming from someone younger than me, that's what I'm saying. Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Faye? What motive would this witness have for murdering our own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? As I keep repeatedly showing, because we don't even have a full slot of, like, evidence to showcase. What does it say for her?
Proof of my profession is brand new and sparkles in light.
Ooh.
The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth. There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was the secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Yes, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters.
Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge.
Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. To be fair, it's a very Edgeworth thing to do. There's some cases where it's not as extreme, but this one right now is once again just like, huh, explain. Hey, my brother in Christ. Let me keep talking, and I would have gotten to it.
5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. So Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
You'd think so, but that doesn't happen. Not really. Not an Ace Attorney. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor. As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Oh my god, I'm gonna smack her upside the head. Miss Edgeworth got to jump on me again. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up, we still got that info, that ace up our sleeve.
What info?
Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. Why am I making his voice so sensual? Jesus Christ.
That's right, it was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby.
I'll do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
What he's saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie too. Beat Edward to it by showing the final evidence first. If only. Yes, it was.
That's it. Fake kidnapping's your best shot, Mia. That's a secret.
Good. Let's see. And once again say...
You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls.
I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible.
Impossible.
I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge, now and 5 years ago. The bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia. The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher by then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. How high? How much is 40 feet in meters? You're right, if the events occurred just as the witnesses testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see? Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Ashworth's explanation correct?
Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires.
You can't be serious. It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Ashworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can fall through those gaps as well, but not as easily. You'd have to actively climb through them. Fiona, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. Let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. He was just shot in the arm. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Ashworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him, at point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge, that is clearly impossible. But good night, it's not much longer actually. We're almost done with this one. What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What is this? Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me.
No, I mean for real with this case, it's actually not that much longer.
If she had a gun and handcuffs, she could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide.
Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river?
The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond.
No, it can't be.
Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Wait, that's simply ridiculous.
Yana, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan?
Says the guy who's already a working prosecutor at 20.
This woman is a demon, and there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim was involved in a kidnapping plot as well?
But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that weighed heavily in her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving a phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister Valerie Hawthorne. Who's that? Laughing at a time like this? Forgive me, it's just hilarious. Witness, is that you? You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence of the plan to kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister.
Well,
And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can provide evidence to at least show that.
Well, Miss Fey,
I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey. Are you stupid or something? I can prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago. Are you enough decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder?
well, it seems that we've come to the end.
To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I'm forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
He doesn't. Not a single one.
Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? The girl has made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it.
Without evidence, the trial is over? Who decided that?
Samando.
Come on, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony.
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Ford's stolen car and then went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who's the one person who can testify to the demon woman's crimes? Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness?
Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Fox. The defendant. There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation.
Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Why not? The prosecution has no objection. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
It's my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left.
Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes?
I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me.
Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used. For $2 million.
That's not true.
Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
Did you betray me?
5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other.
Terry... Dahlia! It's true. You're alive.
You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad.
Tell the truth. The real truth. I believed in you.
I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there's one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry.
Fuck you. Dahlia.
I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Well, then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Water, please. Water.
Hmm?
Can't talk. Need water.
Oh well, I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself.
That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put nobody in a car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia.
Well, you found that she's not. I don't think you're going to find a canon timeline where Dahlia Hawthorne is not so bad. It's the fault you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you? That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you wanted to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with the death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think. So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge? You sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Faye. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. I'm not reading all that. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock, it's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to the special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah, it's an old temple about 50 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it on the base of a tree here. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I want to get. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento? It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. Indeed, there certainly was enough time for it. Still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Mr. Falls! That's enough. Please. Witness. I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens, that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle. Stop the trial. The Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. We were so close, just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence. No, don't want that. Don't yourself. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Falls! Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. And so my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul I thought it would never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. For one person, a true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne. She left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable, a witch. Mr. Armando. We're so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. Yeah, please remember that this case is 6 years ago. This does not take place during the same time whatsoever. We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. But you were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're going to make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Yeah, but even hold on. You need to keep in mind, please, that the first case in this game still takes place after this one, like according to the timeline.
Don't you get it yet? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Mr. Amando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case.
See? Does it make more sense now?
Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes.
So it's like the first one happens, Falls dies. Yada yada yada. And Dahlia meets Phoenix downstairs and pushes her little bottle on him. So she's rid of it and no one can find it on her anymore. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect, angelic smile on her face. Of course. It was finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Ta-da! No, and now you're thinking to yourself, wait, episode 4 was so short, what the fuck? Well, just keep in mind that episode 5, the final one for this game, is going to be all the longer for it. Which is also the reason I'm not even going to go out of this screen, because then we're gonna get put right into it and I don't wanna do that. Well, Mia seemed to hate Dahlia so much in case 1 and the other way around, since Dahlia is also not a very big fan of her. But yeah. Hey, we finished case 3 and case 4, so that means we can go for the very final case the next time, which is gonna be something for sure. You also hate Dahlia? Hell yeah! In this house. In this house, we hate Dahlia. Dahlia Hawthorne. But yeah, quick point. I don't know if I can fit in a stream for this game during this week still, but I'm gonna try. But thank you guys so much for coming. Let me just because there's no sound here. Whoopsie. Turn on the phone. How's the stream going? Oh, you are. Hi, we are literally just about to end, but thank you for coming by. We beat case 3 and 4, so that was fun. Sorry about that. But yeah, we're gonna be back with this one soonish. I'm gonna play Tavern Talk with Barry tomorrow, and this time for real, finally, we are hoping to actually finish it. Because I do think that at some point there has to be an end to that game, because genuinely, oh my god, how much more of the game is there? Anyway, I'm gonna send you guys over to who's playing. I think if I'm reading this correctly, the original Shin Megami Tensei. It's sending a bunch of you guys over to Shin Megami Tensei streams or something. I feel like you come back tomorrow. You do that, okay? Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you all soon. Good night, and bye bye. Bye.